everyone. We're gonna get started in just a couple minutes. I'm making myself a cup of tea, so if you want to go get yourself something nice to drink, hot or cold, now would be a great time to do it. Okie dokie. Hello. Okay, today we are doing speed painting. I have a portrait set up, got my reference photo ready to go. I have some cool techniques I want to try out. And the idea is to do this like pretty quickly and without too much waffling. Let me turn the volume down a little bit. At any point, let me know if the volume is off or if my camera's pointing in the wrong direction. I'm gonna try to do this with like a minimum of babbling. We'll see how that goes. I just want to set things up for this portrait. So this is a photo I took recently of a new friend. Surprise new friend, you are being painted. I wanted to try to experiment with some of these like drippy rain effects that we have going on in the background. So last night I was doing some test swatches, and I like some of these and I don't like some of these. So I'm gonna try out a couple different things to try to get this effect, or at least kind of the suggestion of this effect of rain going on in the background. Ooh. I think I had at least one more test swatch. Here we go. of these are a little bit more chaotic than others. So almost all of these are some kind of like wet on wet effect, especially with this one here, this one here. I was trying to let the base layer dry a little bit, so I got a little bit of the sort of burn effects that you get from wet on half wet. So we'll be experimenting with that later on in the background. My general plan of action is going to be to pop some Frisket on here real quick to protect any of the white areas that I want to stay like crisp and white, and then do it. That's the dream. So I'll do my best to explain what I'm doing at any given time, but things might get a little bit chaotic. At any time, if you have questions, please feel free to ask them. If you have sloth facts, please feel free to share them. If you have art that you want to talk about or share, please feel free to put it in the chat. My attention span might be a little bit more unpredictable than usual because I'm trying to go on this one. But please do put stuff in the chat. I'll get to it as fast as I can. Okay, Frisket. If you've been here before, you know what Frisket is. It's a foul-smelling, paintable liquid latex, basically, a masking fluid that means that I can highlight, I can put this down on a couple areas, and it's going to protect the paper underneath it while I paint over it. And then I won't have to worry about protecting teeny itty-bitty little white areas. So because I want to do a couple very precise spots, I'm going to put some Frisket down here, and then I'm just going to dab a little bit right here. You can always make Frisket off a larger area and then kind of paint in on that after you remove the Frisket. And sometimes I don't want to do that. Sometimes it's nice to just get it right the first time. Put some highlights in the eyes. It's really lovely light in this photo. I was up in Seattle this last weekend. There was some nice sort of stormy rain, kind of where you get both like the sunshine and the rain. It's good stuff. I'll be doing these speed painted portraits for every Saturday at this time. For the rest of this month of January. And so please feel free to come to that. I have some photos I took mostly this weekend that I'm really excited to try to do quick, fairly expressive portraits of. You'll notice I'm not masking off. Hey, welcome back, Giarusi. Hello, Miranda. Hello. Oh, it's so nice to see familiar faces / face handles. Yeah, so I'm gonna mask off part of the eye white, but I don't like the whites of eyes to stay too light. I just want to make sure that I don't, like, I'm probably gonna paint over them with something like a pale blue or something. I just want to make sure that I don't, like, paint over them with a dark color first. My goal today is to not spend too much time getting sucked into details. This is my Achilles heel, is I just love to paint itty bitty little details. And I want to keep moving pretty quickly. And one of the reasons I'm doing this as a live stream is because when I am alone and nobody can see what I'm doing, I will spend hours and hours rendering tiny little details that nobody really cares about. And it doesn't always make for the best portrait. So you all are here to keep me honest. Thank you for that. I'm gonna get a little bit of the ear over here. And the ear isn't necessarily white. It's probably not going to stay white, but I do want to keep it as a bright highlight. Oh, I should pull out my study of this. I should have taken a picture of this and put it up, just to give you a sense of what else I'm working off of. Let's move this over here. This is what's called a Notan study. Lift that up. Can you see both? Oh, just about. Which is like a black and white. I did this with India ink. It's a black and white compositional study. I was introduced to this idea on Monday, actually, of using like just black and white shapes to kind of try to figure out the composition of a painting. And so that kind of will give me a sense, it'll help guide me, like, where do I want my bright whites to be? Where do I want to have my, like, heavy darks? It's supposed to be a very, like, limited representation of the painting, and it can help to figure out your composition ahead of time, which is something that I'm trying to do more of. Athena, welcome back. Good to see you, lurking. You lurker. And thank you, Miranda, for the confirmation that you can see both. Okay. There's not actually a white spot there, but I do want to keep a little bit of a highlight there. Same as down here. The face is one of the lightest parts of this portrait. So when I'm painting, values are all relative. I don't have to keep these areas like bright white or bright light, but I do want to make sure that the difference between the light area and the dark area is constant, regardless of how dark shifted or how light shifted it is. All right, we'll call that good for ear. Almost. I should have just masked off the whole thing. Just put it right here. Alright. And now there's much lighter areas up here as well, but I'm not gonna bother to mask this off because I'm gonna not paint them. My instinct, what I really wanted to do, not sure if instinct is the right word for that. My base urge was to paint the background first, because I'm really excited to explore these different kind of effects that I'm going to get. But the background is going to be really dark, and generally with watercolor you want to work your lights first and then your darks, because otherwise your dark colors will start to bleed over into your lights, because watercolors remain water soluble even after they dry, and they will just re-wet and run everywhere. So I will be restraining myself. I'm going to let this dry for a moment, and I'm going to make one more mark with Frisket. And then I'll start working on the face and the body first, and then leave the background until last. And the plan is to get this done in 2 to 3 hours. We'll see. I say one more mark and I put like 5 more down. Okay, a little bit on the nose. This step is one of those things where you can't really go back and do it differently, because once you've painted over your white areas, that's it. Oh, see, I forgot the highlights on this cool eyebrow piercing. I'll I'll often treat some very light areas as if they were white, simply because it's going to give me better and more interesting contrast for my composition. So you're going to see me make some stuff up, just for the sake of the composition, which turns out it's legal to do when you're an artist. You can just make stuff up. Wow. Who knew? Okay, so we're gonna let this dry. I'm gonna move my Note 10 study out of the way. If anyone wants to see that as an image up on the screen, let me know and I'll pop it up there. So let's talk about color. Ugh. I'm gonna get out my box of colors and we're gonna rifle through them. Is it pronounced rifle or is it riffle? I've never known. I've always said rifle. Somehow that strikes me as incorrect. Okay, so the colors I'm thinking I'm gonna want to use here are... Let's get something down so I don't spray ink on this. Obviously, there's a really nice yellow in there. I'm gonna use Gamboge for this yellow, because I like it. I might end up tinting it like the faintest green, maybe? We're definitely gonna have some phthalo blue in there. Phthalo cyanin blue. Spell that one at the spelling bee. Yeah, Athena, if you say rifle too, I mean, we can definitely... If we're both doing it, it's probably wrong. We definitely can't both be right, that's for sure. Okay, so we got some... The blue, this blue is kind of like a greenish teal blue. I always use Quinn Red. I tend to use a similar color palette for most of my portraits, unless they're in like dramatically different light. And we're gonna want a little bit of Quinn Rust. We're definitely gonna want my boy, Payne's Gray. People keep sending me this reel of somebody insulting Payne's Gray and being like, does this make you mad? And all I can say is, yes, it absolutely does. For the green of the jacket, I want to pull the blue and the green of the jacket in with the hair. They're not actually the same shade, but the composition's going to be a lot more consistent and coherent if I can link those shades together. So probably what's going to happen is it's like, if I were painting this just for the colors, I would use ultramarine blue in the hair. But unless I want to introduce ultramarine blue elsewhere, which I don't think I do because my palette's already pretty big, I'm gonna be tinting phthalo and Payne's in order to get kind of the like darker blue shade. We'll see. Maybe something entirely different will happen once we actually get there. Okay, and I may or may not use sepia. I actually almost certainly will use sepia. There we go. So we're gonna call that for the palette. I may make some different choices later on. Okay. Let's move this back in here. So this should be just about dry by now. Just like that. And it's really not. It's a little tacky still. So while we're waiting for that, tell me if you want to. You don't have to if you're lurking. You have a favorite of these effect swatches. A, B, C, D, E. Yeah, okay, I guess I only have these. I'll leave those up there while I gather my brushes and refresh my water, which I should have done beforehand, but I didn't. Happy Saturday. first step for this. Get the peachy, lighter tones of the face down. So, if I look at this, I'm looking for the gradients and I'm looking for the tones. And the gradient of the face is, it's light on the top and it's light on the bottom, and it's kind of peachier and warmer in the middle. There's some warm spots on it, tip of the nose, over the eyes. I'm not looking at the shadows yet. Down near the bottom, it gets a lot cooler. I'm gonna use some of the phthalo blue to cool that off. Maybe a little bit up the top too. But I'm gonna start off with some Gamboge yellow. So, if you've been in any of my classes or you have seen my some of my live streams beforehand, this process will probably look pretty familiar to you. Clearing off a slightly cleaner space on my palette. I was gonna get some of this, you'd call this yak shaving, things you have to do before you can actually start the project. So I'm gonna get some of this done beforehand, but then I had to fix the screen, the folding screen behind me. So, as I said, happy Saturday. Let's go a little bit more Gamboge yellow on here. I might pull in a little bit of nickel quinacridone in there too, just because it's on my palette. Yak shaving. It's a term that I used, or I was introduced to through software, which is like all the stuff you gotta do before you can actually start writing code for the project. Installing things, setting up your IDE, collecting data. So you have to shave the yak before you can eat the yak, right? You can't just go to eating the yak, otherwise you're just gonna eat a whole bunch of yak hair. So, it's yak shaving. Miranda, yes, this is the same screen that has been with my person since, I guess I would have been 14 or 15, so this is the one that was hanging out in the corner of my room. Interestingly, it has been in 2 pieces since I found it in the dumpster, so unsurprisingly, in 2 pieces, and it's only today that it has been fixed and brought into 1 single piece because it would not stop falling down. So it's better than ever. At least nearly 2 decades later. Alright, I'm gonna shut up and start painting. Yellow. Okay. Don't panic. If you haven't been here before, you'd be like, oh my god, why is everything so yellow? What are you doing? Yeah, don't panic. Everything's gonna look really weird until it doesn't look weird anymore. Okay, drop my brush. If you're playing the game, drinking water is totally fine. Take a drink. Yeah, take a drink of water. So first thing is this nice, honestly, I'm gonna do this whole thing yellow. I can. The whole thing's gonna be yellow anyway. And probably not over the green belt. But I don't need to be so careful with my brush strokes down in this area simply because I'm keeping this loose and expressive. Bane of my existence. Ooh. Okay, so I'm gonna bring in a little bit of this yellow, gold into the face, some under here, around the eyes, around here, everything here that all of this that I'm adding in right now is just gonna fuzz out because this area is quite damp. So like I say, don't panic. I'm talking to myself mostly. A little bit up here. I want this whole area to stay wet for now because I want to get a couple more colors in first. So let's get some of that phthalo blue I was talking about. Look, there's spatters all over my palette because I was experimenting with spatter effects last night. And I don't clean my palette. Pull in just a little bit of phthalo blue, very light. I don't want to create green necessarily. There's a difference in watercolor between mixing colors together on your palette and letting them mingle on the paper. When you let them mingle on the paper, you're less likely to get the combined tone. And there will be a little bit of green, for sure. But if I just kind of drop it in and let it diffuse out, I'm gonna get a really different quality of pigment than I would if I had like mixed these colors together on my palette. Green is one of those tones that people don't really necessarily expect to see in skin, but let me tell you, it is all over the place if you're looking for it. And the green that I put in here is going to be so subtle by the end of this. Hey, Lyndon, welcome back. Good to see you in here. Okay, so we got some blues in, we got some yellows in. Still damp, still have a nice sheen on the paper. So let's see if we can get in some red, and because it's probably gonna dry by then. Red, and also just a little bit of that Quinn rust I was talking about earlier. At the very early stages, I usually work with pure tones as much as possible. Rather than mixing them, I just let them mingle on the paper. And then near the, like as I proceed in the portrait generally, then I'll start mixing tones. So my colors go from most pure to more muddy. Okay, let's get some Quinn red on here. Get some warmth in, just like that. There's some cool warm colors up in this temple here. So I'm just loading this pure tone onto my brush. And I'm just letting it fuzz out. And of course things start to look chaotic right now. You say, how is this going to work out? What is your plan here? The answer is I have just learned to trust the process. One day it's gonna fail me and I'm gonna I don't know, cry maybe. But so far I have not yet been let down. Quinn Red has this cool effect of kind of like pushing other colors around a little bit. I say cool effect, sometimes you really hate that it's happening, but... So sometimes I have to come in with a different color and I gotta sort of replace it. It's just pushed out. thin rust. I'm seeing it in this sort of glow up here. And in here. And then finally what I want to do is lift a little bit of color before this area totally dries. I'm just using what's called a thirsty brush. So it's a clean brush that's still damp. It's just going to pick up water and pigment. I'm using gentle but firm pressure. And I'm putting my highlights back in. These highlights, like everything else, are going to be quite fuzzy and soft-edged. I want everything to be fuzzy and soft-edged right now. Also a little bit more red in here. Okay, that is really close to done for my first layer. I'm going to move the light a little bit so you can kind of get a better sense of. You can see that a lot of the yellow has been pushed around a little bit by these other pigments. I think that's because maybe it's a smaller pigment, or it is some kind of polarity thing going on. Not totally sure. I would really like to know more about the material properties of the pigments I work with, but I've actually had kind of a hard time finding really solid information about them. And I'll get further color in there in subsequent layers. This is just to get this first basic layer. This feels a little bit angled. There might be a little bit of distortion going on in my camera. I don't know, we'll see. So I'm going to move to a different area that's not directly touching the wet area. Maybe right around here. I'm going to move into here, but I'm a little nervous about these spots right here. We'll find out. We'll start from the bottom and move up. So I'm going to put down a base layer of phthalo blue and Payne's gray. Making sure to get plenty of teal in there. That's the phthalo blue. And now the thing I have to stop myself from doing, oh look, it is fading. The thing I have to stop myself from doing is getting too precise in this area, because I do not want to necessarily bring attention to the jacket. The jacket is not particularly important. I just need to get the important parts of the jacket. So I'm gonna switch to a different brush. That's gonna help me. Bigger brush helps me to not be too precise and picky about things. Because it's like literally taking control out of my hands. Using my other brush, not to make shapes, but to just drop in color now. And I think just to avoid getting like a whole lot of bleeding right here, which actually could be cool. I don't know, maybe I should just let it happen. I'm not. I'm gonna brush in just a little bit of isopropyl alcohol. Right here. What that does is that will dry out the paper. It will also push the pigment around a little bit in that spot, but I'll be painting over it anyway. So that means I have now sort of a more reliable border on this edge, or at least I should. See? See how it bubbles there instead of moving into the neck zone? Let's do this on the other side. And on the other side, I might mix in like a little bit of yellow, or I'm starting to get incoherent, sorry. I think a lot of painting, especially expressive painting, is just learning to quit when you're ahead. Let's go back to the face. The thing I gotta be careful of is getting too close to these very damp zones. So I'm coming in with the same colors that I was using previously. I'm going to add depth and contour to the face. This is kind of the mid-tone layer. The next layer after this is going to be the shadows. So this is sort of a tricky layer because I have to ignore all of the hard shadows, which are very satisfying to paint. So people tend to want to go like right into painting the hard shadows. But then you miss out on the opportunity to make all your midtones. So it's kind of a matter of being able to see the midtones and paint the midtones without actually painting any of the dark shadows. Wish me luck. This song. I'm trying to leave some hard edges in here, which is what you get kind of by default with watercolor, but not too many, and only where I want them to be. So I'm using a paper towel to blot some of these areas. I'm gonna want to remove my frisket before I continue with this face area, I think. So let's futz around in here a little bit. Because this area is sort of half dry, I'm gonna get some really interesting runs if I start to add more wet in here. Actually, what I think I can do is just tilt the painting on its side. You can kind of see what's going on here. And this wet area is gonna drip down along some of these lines here. And give me some cool texture. Maybe. Sort of like half drip, half shadow. I usually work horizontal, just to say like laid flat, but sometimes there are reasons why I want to have a little tilt to the paper. Okay, what I really need is a little bit more Payne's gray. So I'm going to try to let some of this texture down here at the base of the jacket become like very loose and become sort of more drippy and watery rather than strictly realistic, because I get to do that. The cops can't arrest me for making stuff up. What I really want to accomplish, though, is I want to get some of the important shapes, and I want to get the important values. And everything else after that is just gravy. Ooh, oops. That was supposed to be red. Whatever. Yeah, Lyndon says that effect is going to look so cool with the grainy window. That is the hope. I'm definitely hoping to bring kind of like a sense of continuity in between the figure and the environment. Something about man's interpersonal relationship with nature. Something. So I'm gonna go in here, I'm gonna muss up some of the these like strong white highlights that I left in here. Like the nose, for instance. It's not quite that highlight. I'm gonna take a, let's see, slightly stiff brush. And I'm just gonna blend that in a little bit. Lyndon says, I'm just wondering how much, oh, I see. The application end of the Frisket tool. Yeah, absolutely, this thing is really fun. So it's a rubber brush. Let's see, can you see this? It's like this, and it's sort of soft-tipped rubber brush. There's a chisel-tipped end. And there's a round end, and you just dip it in the Frisket, and then you can kind of use, it's more like pushing it around. I would say it is like a gel pen, and that the pen is also a tool just for kind of pushing around ink. It's not a brush in the traditional sense, but it is not quite as easy to control as a gel pen, unfortunately. Most of my students are a little bit horrified when I first asked them to start using Frisket, or at least experiment with using Frisket, because it feels like an uncontrollable, unreasonable medium at first. Very normal reaction to have. But I've come to really like it. It's very useful in the long run. It is just definitely a pain in the butt to get used to. Okay. I don't want the chin to be quite so highlighted. I'm gonna add in some of the deeper shadows now that I have a lot of my midtones in, so that I can start balancing out the midtones and the shadows. Miranda says, how viscous is the Frisket? You spelled it correctly. Yes, or at least you spelled Frisket correctly. Don't ask me how to spell viscous. It's very viscous. It pulls up into little balls. You kind of, to apply it, you sort of end up putting down a little ball, and you kind of like push the edges of the ball out to where you want them to be. It is dissimilar from most paints, so that's why it tends to be a little bit of an unpleasant shock for people who are just getting started using it. Do we even have Frisket there? I don't know. All right, let's put some stuff. I'm gonna put some shadows in here. The shadow under the chin is the most notable shadow, and that is composed of a cool end and a warm end. There's actually a lot of different colors in there. So I'm going to start it with my cool color. And then I'm going to stop, because I have a wet area here that it's going to leak into. Still damp right there. Okay, we're gonna let that dry. Just kidding. And I'm gonna work on some of the eye shadows instead. So I made that shape in a warm color. And now, I cool off. that, I'll just go ahead and paint in the general shape of the eyebrow. Take 2. Come back down to the chin. Now this area is dry enough that it doesn't start to move around. So like I say, there's a cool end to this shadow, quite dark and cool. And then there's also warm and gold areas in it. Pulling on it does not dry it out significantly, anyway. It's just to help the colors to mingle together and to mix. I'm just softening these edges here now. Sometimes the frisket is easy to remove. Sometimes it's not. Alright, let's put some balance in here. We're starting to look a little bit cubist right now. Mostly because I have shadow on this eye and no shadow on that eye. Whew. Tough look. the fun part's coming up, which is irises. Oh damn, my frisket did come off on that spot. Maybe. Huh, weird, okay. Heck yeah, eyeballs. They always bring things together. I have a lot more frisket on this eye than on the other one, so I'm gonna have to take some of that off and then kind of even out the highlights, but not right now. Lost my nostril lines. Hopefully I'm putting this in the right spot. Looks about right. Et voila, a nose begins to appear. Hawk, hi! Welcome. Thank you. Hawk has told me that my hair looks really good today, but very respectfully. Thank you. Well, I get to be very loose and interpretive with a lot of what goes on in this portrait. I do not get to be loose and interpretive about exactly where the irises are. Because if those are off by even the teeniest itty bitty bit, it is immediately apparent. To me, to the viewer, to God, that I have fucked up. Yes, exactly. God does not like it when you mess up with the irises. Ooh, Hawk says, I'm reading a book in a cafe with me. Oh. Or with you, that's me. What book is it, if you want to share? If you don't want to share, that's also cool. You just make something up. War and Peace. Oh, trying to finish his Dark Materials. Nice. Yeah, the Amber Spyglass. Oh, that's a good one. Where are you in it right now? Yay, Miranda's also reading with me. Oh man, just like old times. Miranda, wow, you did actually finish War and Peace last year. I believe you that is overrated. Real Rotunda hours. Oh my god. Oh. My past haunts me. Oof. I'm not sure if the two of you knew that both of who. Let me try that one again. I'm not sure if both of you knew who the other one was, but congratulations, we're all back in high school now. We all know each other. Okay, what was I doing? Other than reliving my past. I was giving us eyebrows. And evening out the shape of these eyes just a little bit. Okay, I'm not going to put in eyelashes with the large brush. book is at the part where Lyra is asleep in the cave and the big paternal bear has arrived with her boyfriend or whatever to rescue her. That is a spectacular summation of that scene. And the church and the other bad guys are converging upon her location. Oh yeah. I think I did prefer the Golden Compass and the Sudden Life more than the Amber Spyglass, but I think this was partially because I was just very upset at how much everyone had to grow up at the end. And I was like 13 when I was reading those books, so rereading the Amber Spyglass a little bit older, I think I had more appreciation for all that. Okay, I'm getting very distracted. I want to take this frisket up. Wow, something terrible has happened over here. I don't know what it is, though. I'm gonna deal with that one later. Okay, let's put more. I have like done half of the shadows, the cool shadows on the face, and then not the other half. So let's fix that. Balance out the face a little bit more. Before I get too sucked into details, we're an hour and a half in, which means I must scoot. Person has such bomb cheekbones, and I'm so excited to paint them. Is reading The Will of the Many. Miranda, thank you so much for spending all December reading the dumbest mystery novels. And in fact, all of the books, and then leaving great and really informative reviews for me personally. I realize it's actually just for me personally. I have found some great books through you, and also found even more books that I definitely want to avoid. So, you're doing the Lord's work. And also, please, yes, elaborate on what people fucking around in the ocean means to you. I missed a follow notification. I think it was from Vladdy. Vladdy, welcome. Thank you for the follow. You've encountered half painting demonstration, half book discussion. Take your pick. That's a great question. I always see Miranda's reviews on Facebook, but maybe they're also on Goodreads? Anyway, I highly recommend her book reviews. They range from complimentary to spectacularly scathing to very on point, and most importantly, I basically always agree with them, so... my god, that's so much green. I don't think I meant that much green to happen there. Although maybe it's just gonna be how it is, you know? Sometimes you wake up one morning and you're like, whoa, oh shit, I'm green. Is that just me? Anyone else? No? My god, wait, Miranda, you have a website? I didn't know that. Oh my god. Opening that up in another window. Sweet. Yeah, Hawk, at least you use a Goodreads account to try to track your modest reading goals. Huh. Yay, I'm so excited that everybody's gonna get to enjoy Miranda's book reviews. Hawk, I'm really sorry to hear about your lack of green eyeshadow. That is rough. I think your skin tone could actually support it, whereas I cannot wear green eyeshadow. I mean, I could, but it really brings out like the bog witch look for me. I just don't want there to be that much. Hawk, you say no matter what I set the goal to, I always read 10. Have you considered setting your goal to be 10 books? Just asking for a friend. So this was, Miranda, this was a whole series of books about messing around the ocean. So From Below is, what if the last thing the Titanic sent was, there are bodies in the walls? And some geniuses decided to scuba into a documentary. Wow, that sounds amazing. The Underworld is a reporter who spends a year following around the people who do deep sea submersible dives. Whoa, is that a nonfiction one? First one is hopefully fiction. And Into the Planet is a memoir of a cave diving lady who dived ice caves in an iceberg. That sounds absolutely horrifying. Oh my god. Woo! Yeah, I like can't breathe even thinking about that. That thalassophobia. If you ask me, I don't think should even be considered a phobia. It's a perfectly reasonable distrust of the ocean. That thing is is so big. Ugh. Okay. It's time for hair. Mostly because I'm gonna need that to like balance out whatever else is going on in the face. I too sometimes have to hold my breath when I read about being underwater. Or like in like scenes in a movie when someone is like diving through a tunnel or something and I'm like, I will not be able to breathe until this person comes out of the tunnel. My fate is linked to theirs. I really hope they don't die in this cave. Okay, Hawk. Due to my perfectly reasonable suggestion, they have decided to set the goal to 11 books this year. Please let me know how that goes. Yes, thank you, Athena, for accepting my hot take on this matter. Alright, hair. So I'm gonna move back to my big brush, because I want, again, to keep things kind of loose. You know how earlier I said that I wasn't gonna mix any ultramarine blue in with this to get the blue in the hair? I think I might add just a little bit, just like a teeny tiny bit. Look at this. Not only in respect for this huge ocean, which we quite reasonably distrust, but because I think it might be interesting. That's really the best I can tell you. Miranda, thank you for fighting the computer for us. And you absolutely should dye your hair blue. I think if we learned anything from me in high school, it was you should definitely dye your hair blue. And while you're doing it, you should absolutely spill your blue hair dye on your carpet. And then so that your mom doesn't kill you, you would then, in the middle of the night, cut out an entire square of your carpet and replace it with a different, perfectly matched piece of carpet. She doesn't find out about it until you're like 24 and have briefly moved back home. Didn't get grounded though, so. Maybe skip some of those steps. Yeah, sorry, Athena. I think I don't know, maybe the carpet story never came up. I don't think I've thought about it in quite a while. You have heard a lot of my sordid stories of that phase, though, so thanks for still being my friend. Okay, oh my god, what a relief. You know what? Maybe I think I might have buried the carpet story like really deep. You were contemporary with the carpet story, Miranda, so I think I might have just pretended that it never happened. It was new carpet and everything, which was great because that's why I had the extra carpet laying around. And thank you, everyone so far who has said that my hair looks nice. I will always accept rampant flattery on my streams. I don't like what's happening with this music. Next one. Oh, okay, thank God. Who else is relieved that this is starting to look more like the model? I know I say I trust the process, but like... it's always a little bit of concern in there. I think I'm pretty soon gonna do the background. Which is gonna have to happen after this bit dries. We'll leave that first layer of hair right where it is. And that doesn't mean that the rest of this is done, it just means that it's like, it's in a place. Probably what's gonna happen, I think I have time for this, is I'm gonna mask, once this dries out, I'm gonna mask off this whole area, and then kind of just, I'll have like free reign to like do all kinds of stuff to the background, including squirt bottles and stuff like that. So, probably means we'll be going all the way to hour number 3 today. Maybe later, I don't know. In the meantime, while this is drying, I'm going to put a layer down on the shirt. Am I? I don't know. I think I missed some questions up here. Okay, following up on some question. Hawk says, due to this journey with the color season, I finally figured out what my hair looks like garbage when blue. I have never seen your hair blue, so I have questions. One of which is, what does your hair look like when it's blue? I don't believe you that it's garbage. And, Athena says, oh yeah, where did I find the matched carpet in the middle of the night? It was because the carpet had been recently replaced, and so we had, like, spare carpet lying around. Hope everyone's enjoying coming to this painting stream where I'm reliving my high school trauma. Ooh, not all of it, just some of it. I'm trying to add a little bit of sort of color and variation in here. That it's sort of gonna help, I think, normalize the like splotches of blue light that are happening. Because when there's splotches of blue light happening everywhere, you're not like, why does this person have a big spot of blue on the side of your face? Your brain just normalizes it because, yeah, duh, there's blue everywhere. And it's gonna add a little bit of texture to sort of break up the shapes of the shirt. Okay, we're gonna leave that there for now. Maybe we'll even clean this up. Whoa. And then I'm gonna grab my hairdryer and I'm gonna dry all this off. So, BRB, if you need to grab water or a bio break or whatever. I'm back. I'm completely out of plugs. Shit. Okay, we're gonna lose a little bit of light for a minute. Still seems fine. Alrighty. Well, update on the blue hair for Hawk. It was blue when I was very young. I got it myself and my mom made me bleach it out. Oh, no. Washes you out because you have blue undertones. Yeah, okay, I can see that. I'm too lazy to have dyed hair, Miranda says. Yeah. Yeah, Hawk, I like that aggressive orange that you had just, what, like last year or something. Okay, brief pause. You might want to mute. I don't know if you can hear this or not, but I'm going to turn the Screamy Boy on, so. I'm just kidding. I'm going to reset the switch, and then I'm going to turn the Screamy Boy on. Yes. Hawk did in fact look like a sexy matchstick. The grow out orange. Miranda, dinner time. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll probably be here for another hour, maybe hour and a half, but in case I miss you on the other end, have a good dinner. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you for dropping the book review link also. I hope everyone can enjoy that. Okay. Oh no, to make quiche. Okay. Thank you for the good luck with the fiddly bits. I appreciate that. Cali Games, welcome. Welcome if this is your first time, or welcome back if not. You've just come for a very exciting part where I am going to figure out how to mask this off, / if I am actually going to mask this off. I think I'm going to experiment maybe a little bit first. So... Be right back. I'm about to find out what kind of tape I have. It's gonna do the job correctly. Because what I really don't want to have happen, and this is a frequent occurrence, is to have my mask not take properly and have leakage underneath it. Because then you take your mask off and then it is, then there's just paint everywhere. We don't really want that. So I'm gonna take this little test swatch. I didn't like how this one turned out. And try a couple different types of paint and see which one of them forms the kind of seal that I want. And so I know that blue tape and painter's tape do both create a pretty nice seal for like creating hard edges, like when I tape off the edges of my painting. But sometimes when there's paint underneath, things get weird. I've also put my tape someplace strange. Speaking of, here we go, we'll use this tape. Look at this nice thin artist's tape. This is exactly the kind of thing that I probably should have experimented with a little bit more thoroughly before I started my speed paint, but I believe the term is fuck it, we ball. Washi tape has disappeared, so we are going to try it just with these two pieces. And I'm just going to take really quite a lot of pigment and brush right over these areas and see if either of them leak. In the meantime, Oh, this plastic has holes in it. Okay, love that. It just won't line up a hole. So I think we're gonna do it like, I want there to be enough of a border. Really hope that this works. Whether it does or doesn't, thank you all for being here for the ride. Somewhere out there's this really cool product. It's like some kind of sort of sticky film that you can just kind of put down and then cut around, and it'll stick to your painting and it'll mask off. It's like a masking film or something, which is pretty cool. And I want that, but I don't have it. So we're doing sort of a combo of tape and plastic and Hail Mary. So I'm gonna attach it down here, but before I start putting tape on, I'm gonna check my test strip and see what happened. So, Screamy Boy, hair dryer's going back on for a minute. Plug your ears if you need to. And that is good enough, so let's see what happened. A little bit of adhesion to the underside, that's not great. Lifted a little bit of that paint. And with this one, to be fair, I'm taking this off of like slightly damp paper. Well, that's pretty clean. Alright, blue tape wins. Which is a shame because the white tape would have been so much easier to maneuver. I'm going to cut this tape in half lengthwise just to give myself a little bit more flexibility. So what I want to do first is attach all the way kind of to the edge, leaving a very fine margin, and then I'm going to use a really like controlled thin strip of the tape to actually get the true edge of the painting. I don't want to try to do both at once. It'll be a nightmare. You know, I think actually I'm just going to mask off the face and neck and not... Oh, this is hard. I don't want there to be like too clean a distinction between like foreground and background. But I also don't want to get crap all over this part, so... We're gonna keep doing the face. I'll make the decision later. Just going to this here. Where'd my tape go? So I'm just gonna try to avoid getting too much like texture and whatnot on this part, but I don't want to mask it off too neatly. This is a live stream moment of me battling my need for precision in an effort to create interesting texture and let happy accidents happen. Subscribe for more. It doesn't end. I just don't want the yellow to get too schmutzed. So let's take it here. Area should be good. Hopefully. We'll put a little bit of tape right there. If I learned anything from my experimentation last night, it's that this shit gets messy. Okay, so this area right here is the one that I'm most concerned about leakage, because leaking right here into the light colors of the face is just gonna make me feel super bad. But I also don't want to end up leaving like too hard of an edge. Just to make sure that edge is going to be okay, I'm going to put a little bit of Frisket. Whoa, there's really cool light happening outside. A little bit of Frisket along the edge. The reason I'm not using Frisket to do the blocking here is because it will actually lift a little bit of color. And I don't really want that to be happening all over the place. Okay, and so hopefully it'll just kind of seal things down a little bit. Tape has this bad habit where if it works, that's great. But if it doesn't work, it sort of like sucks capillary action, kind of like sucks paint and ink underneath it, and you end up with just some rough stuff. Some Frisket on the ear here, so I'm going to take advantage of that. I'm not going to worry too much about taping off the hair, I don't think, except for up here at the top. Okay, boring part will be over soon, probably, one way or another. Hopefully that's gonna be enough. I think I might try to preserve, just in case. I'm wanting to add some red down here. And I will not be able to add red if it's covered in blue-black ink. So I'm just gonna make sure that there's a little bit left over. I can also use the back of my thumbnail, but turns out that wears my thumbnail down pretty quick. To seal these edges down. And then we get going. Oh, fuck. And then we put like a little bit more Frisket on that. Basically looks like contemporary artwork right now, right? I can just be done with this. So the general plan with this background is gonna be make it very, very damp, loose, try to keep my lights where I want them to be more or less, and really try to get some of the darks present. And I also need to turn on my light. Ooh, bad light. Hate that. Unfortunately, that's the one we got. Oh, I think I lost some frisket there. Wow. A little bit more taping. Missed a whole spot right here. Love that.
Don't cry.
Okay. I'm gonna spend some time propping this upright to get like drip patterns. Just trying to wonder if I really should have masked off the shoulders too, because it's gonna get really, really drippy. It's not too late. I think probably what's going to happen is if I feel like the lines are a little bit too sharp when I take the tape off, then I'll go through with a wet brush and I'll kind of blur things around a little bit. In the meantime, here's just a veritable smorgasbord of blue tape. You get a blue tape. You get a blue tape. Okay. Where's my other piece? This one's easy. Frisket. Ah, yes, Hawk is asking, what is frisket? It is not brisket. It is a rubbery fluid that I can paint on, and it dries down to a rubber surface that will protect the paper underneath it from getting any water or watercolor on it. And that means I don't have to be careful about where I'm putting my water and where I'm putting my brush. And so, like, it's a sealant, kind of. A little bit like liquid tape, I guess. Does the same job in this scenario. And I would be using it a little bit more liberally, like around the edges, because it's really good for getting fine lines, but it tends to lift a little bit of color. So, okay. Now, we ball. So, here's some samples of stuff that I was trying to do last night, and I think these are the ones I'm going to try to emulate, but in slightly different colors. And I'll be needing to prop my painting up, like this, upright, and I'll adjust the camera a little bit if I end up keeping it propped up right, but there may be some times in which it will disappear from screen. Okay, take these out of the way. And get out some paint. I think it is time, almost, to bust into my new tube of Payne's Gray. That time might be now. I'll squeeze this out later and like scrape all the paint out of it, but meantime, please join me in opening this shiny new tube of Payne's Gray. Oh, so satisfying. My first layer is going to be blue and teal. And it's just going to be up here. I'm going to do this flat. So pulling a little bit of the blue that I used in that hair in up here. And it'll help connect things a little bit. Lift in a couple areas that'll kind of give the impression of clouds. But overall, I want the sky to be like very light. That was every single one of my brushes. I think that means that if you're playing the game, you have to take like 15 drinks. Okay, Screamy Boy going back on. Just kidding, I unplugged the Screamy Boy. This means I have to make a choice between one of my 3 lights and my hairdryer. Damn. This one. Or the internet. Alternatively, I can unplug the internet. That should go well. I think I'm just gonna daisy chain some power strips. So if I go up in flames, tell my mom I love her. Okay, I'm out of power strips, which means maybe my life has been saved. Alright, welcome back to making bad home electrical decisions with Tess. Ooh. Everything is going extremely well right now. Okay. Where was I? The hairdryer is going on. The nice thing is that meant my paint was basically dry by the time I actually got around to drying it off. Okay. So for the next part, we're going to pull in some of these nice darks. I want them to be kind of loose up here. I try not to paint over these areas, which I literally have already done. This is why I mask. I have no self-control. But mostly keep these like light. Not white, but light. Which actually probably means that... fuck it. I need to put a little bit of... Nope. Nope. We ball. This is speed painting. It's raining outside, which I think is a good sign for this effort, which is going to be to make some very rainy feeling effects. Okay. I'll pull my, this is my Noten study up, where I was kind of playing around a little bit with the composition, and I have decided that a couple areas that are light should not be light, and a couple areas that are not light should be light. So hopefully I will be able to recreate the composition that I came up with. Let's see. I'm trying not to be too precious about this architecture. Because nobody really cares what's going on behind. Yeah, that's what happens, Athena. Athena says, "Oh wow, I step away for a minute and Tess has got out the big brush." This is true. You leave for a moment and all kinds of shit happens. You miss the electric boogaloo as well. It's probably the best. really hope that that masking is working. So I'm getting this first layer down, and then I am gonna let it dry like most of the way, and then I'm gonna try that like spritzy rain effects that I was experimenting with. And if I learned anything from my experimentation, it's that it's incredibly difficult to like control and predict what's gonna happen. So we'll see how that goes. Shit, I meant to. Whatever. Whew, okay. I think that's working out. Now I'm terrified of ruining it. Okay, I'm about to hit the critical like walk away zone where if I don't walk away from this in a minute, I'm gonna regret my choices. So let's take a look at this. A lot of the texture I'm creating right now is going to go away anyway, so. Ugh, okay. I'm standing up right now because I'm getting a slightly better view of the whole thing as a composition, and I need that. Okay, cool. Put in a little bit of warmth right in this area. This is some Quinn rust. And I'm just gonna drop that in here to let that kind of muddle around. Oh, Oh god. We survived. It's gonna create some cool stuff. Maybe. Okay, so putting this aside, let it dry. And basically can't see it because the reflection. Yeah, just trust me, it's like really cool. Definitely. And now I have to figure out how I'm going to get the spritzy effect. And what I did last night while I was experimenting with these was like I made a little tiny little spray bottle of dark, in this case it was kind of greenish ink because that's what I had extra of, and was able to like kind of spritz that in and let it drip down. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Now, I'm gonna put this up. We're about to get messy. If I turn this like that, oh good, you can see it. So we're gonna put this like this. Tape the front of it down. The theme of today is tape, apparently. Just like that. And that'll hold it up for me so I can get some good drip action. Fingers crossed. And I want to get a little bit of drip action while things are kind of still wet. And then a little bit of drip action once the first layer has dried. That's the hope anyway. So that means I need to literally finger paint. Maybe I'm gonna put a cloth over my laptop so I'm not literally just spraying it. There we go. Making more poor electrical decisions today. Oh, we're gonna get an interesting effect from that. Alright, well, I used a different solvent than the one I intended to, so we're just kind of going to see what happens over here. Like I said, trying to accept happy accidents. So far so good. I think it looks pretty cool. If not exactly what I had in mind, but that just goes to show it's not always good to have something in mind. Cool. Okay. On the other side, tiny itty bitty little spritz bottle. I get them for like $1 at my favorite used art supply store. One of the complaints is they have a very directed spray and it's very fine, which is not precisely what I want for this project. Let's test this out. Oh yeah, absolute fucking mess, love it. I'm sorry that the light isn't really that good. Diluting a little bit of what was in the bottle. Kind of hard to direct where the spray goes. I love that. So right down here, this is a half-dried area, so I'm going to start seeing burn marks. Ooh, this is nerve-wracking. Okay. What I'm going to do is put it here at the top. Go. Big mark. I just want like light. Oh, I don't know. I got some interesting stuff happening over here. Maybe a little bit too interesting. I'll take the hair dryer out. Screamy boy going back on. Okay, things have gotten weird, but that's what I came here for. So, let's move this back a little bit. I need to get a little bit more upright. There you go. Turn this down. Oh. No. What's going on here? I think my... Oh, I see. My camera flipped itself. Stop trying to help. I don't think that's right. Flip horizontal. I think that's what I want. Yeah, there we go. Okay. No, wait, we're still upside down. Damn. Flip vertical? Yeah, and flip horizontal. All right, guys, I'm almost there. Haha! All right, back in business. GoPro has this really annoying habit of when it senses that you've like changed direction, it tries to flip the camera. Which I can see that being useful in some circumstances, and in this one, it is not. Okay, you can also get to see some of the computer behind the scenes. So this is dry. This is not very secure. And I don't know what's going to happen on this side because, well, I don't know. We'll see. So I'm going to try it on this side, and I'm going to try to get some of those, like, sort of cleaner, raindroppy effects. I'm using Payne's Gray, a little bit of sepia, mixing it up. You can't see that. Bummer. Just assume I'm doing something really cool. So we're loading more paint into tiny spray bottle. And we are taking tiny spray bottle. Going to get in the right direction. Getting some paint up here. Oh, it's getting everywhere. My windows are just like spattered. I'm going to take some regular water. Spritz the whole area. There we go. And it goes. I'm going to help it out a little bit in some areas. This is, if you haven't guessed it already, a fairly messy process. Oh, shit. That's too much. Lost my light up here, which is okay. I think I can lift some of the color off of that, but now it's on me. A badge of honor, we'll call it. I wondered when I was going to get paint on this shirt. This little spray bottle is so hard to aim. So I'm just lightly misting these droplets until I decide that it's time to become rain. The most hardest part of all. I'm patient. At least I'll try to be. There. This whole side kind of softened up a whole lot more than I really wanted it to. So we'll just see what happens. I'm gonna get the hairdryer out again, so sorry. Professional way of getting your drops. Sorry if this is making horrendous noise for me. Okay, wow, that is making more or less the effect that I want though. So that's cool. Grab this side off a little bit. More horrendous noise. So close. Very close to what I want. And then nerve-wracking process of taking the tape off and hoping that it hasn't bled everywhere. Or if it has bled everywhere, which it may well have, that at least it looks cool. That's really all I can hope for. Thank you for coming, Hawk. Hawk says, I go now, I must watch Star Trek before forcing myself to go see some Black Music. Well, I hope you have the best experience for both of those things, somehow, despite the odds. Please enjoy your Star Trek. Thank you for more spritz. Raccoon-themed wine bar. Hawk, why have we not gone to the raccoon-themed wine bar? Why have you not taken me to the raccoon-themed wine bar? I have questions. Yeah, Athena, I think next time you're in town, I will figure out the 411 on this raccoon-themed wine bar. Maybe we can all go. Come on a night when there's not allowed. What time is the live music tonight? Cause like not no. Saturday night. Honestly, I might. Whenever I'm done with this nonsense. Okay. Athena lives on the East Coast, so hopefully we'll be able to join us one day. I will sacrifice myself, Athena, and I will go figure out what this raccoon-themed wine bar is all about. What kind of music is it, Hawk? Sorry, you're trying to leave. You can just text me. No! American vibe? Americana vibe? What the fuck? I have no idea what that is. I like the company though, so. I do not like this script. This script did something I did not want it to do. That is not what I wanted. Every time I think I know better than capillary action, I get really wrong. God, I want to be in the shoveling fried rice in my mouth phase of task switching. That sounds amazing. Alright, so on that note, I'm going to call this phase done. And we just, this is the secret of watercolors. You just accept the outcome. You accept what happens. I don't hate it, actually. And I think as long as that tape comes off fairly neatly, I think it might don't know, it might work. I'm probably gonna have to put some like more drips up the top, but I can do that later. I'm gonna try to wrap this up in the next 15 minutes. It's not going to be done. It is literally never done on stream, but I get close enough to done that finishing it isn't a heinous task, and sometimes I even do it. This is the wages of sin here. Okay, Screamy Boy coming out. We're gonna dry this off. Feeling very nervous about this tape. I'm expecting there to be some leakage in some of these areas. That's okay. Certain amount I can work with. I'm hoping it didn't get on the face or on the yellow more than is necessary. Okay, we'll call that artistic. That's fine. That as well. I might even keep that actually. That's kind of cool. So far, so good. We did get a lot of leaking around the shoulders, but I'm not currently mad about it. This kind of looks like showing. Ooh, okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. So far, so good. Frisket just came out there. Ooh, nice clean line. Oh boy. Okay. Okay, not too bad. I just looked at my screen and panicked because there's spatter marks all over my screen. I was like, how did I get all those spatter marks in the middle of the painting, right on the nose? Great news. It's just my screen. Oh my God. All over. Oh my God, where'd that come from? Okay, before I get too futzy with this and start touching it with my little raccoon paws, I need to wash my hands, so I don't smear anything anywhere unintentional. So I will be right back. Oh, right. This bit. wish I'd gotten some other colors into the background. Yeah, maybe it's fine. I might try to lift some of the color in that area later on, but okay. you know what's going on? I had this board over the keyboard, and it meant that my voice was not getting to the speakers, or not getting the microphone, but the speakers were. Give a heads up. I hope that improves it. If that does not fix the music being drowning me out problem, let me know. Okay, cool. So I'm going to start kind of balancing out my colors a little bit now and pulling in bits of this and that here and there where I feel like maybe they should be. Oh, fuck. So because there's so much blue in this piece, I'm really trying to balance it out by bringing in little bright dips of orange and red. This is the thing that I really liked about this scene in the first place, was how it's very primary colored. There's blue and red and yellow. There's other colors too, but those are the ones that really stand out. Okay. Today, on this date of January 6th, 2024, I will not forget to paint the ear. Probably. Remove this little bit of schmutz here. I may or may not actually be wrapping this up in 15 minutes. We'll see. As long as I get to go to the raccoon-themed wine bar later tonight. Yeah, there we go. I've lost a little bit of facial contour here, so I'm gonna have to go back in and fix that, but oh, I did lose my frisket. No? Oh, yes. Spectacular. What was I gonna do? I was gonna paint this ear. Okay. Oh man, this is the most satisfying part of any painting, when like things start to come together just enough. I was nervous about this one. I actually kind of thought I messed up the drafting, and it's possible that I did a little bit, but not too badly. The nice thing about doing these is like fun, and for my own work instead of as commissions is that there's a lot less pressure to like get every single itty bitty thing about somebody's face just right. Brisket? My god, it is. Okay. Ooh. Interesting. Okay. Do that later. So I want to get the shadow. I have picked up the wrong brush 3 times. I'm trying to get the shadow underneath the chin to be just a little bit stronger and with just a little bit of a more notably warmer underside, because there's a lot of reflected light coming up from the model's beautiful orange yellow. That's yellow. That's definitely yellow. Sweater. And I don't want that to get lost. I'll need to fade the top part of the jawline in a little bit, but The effect of the hair is giving it kind of an overall, like, stylized effect, and I'm honestly not mad about it. Hey, Zab1602, welcome back. I think I recognize your username, so hello again. Although I don't remember if I'm pronouncing it correctly. X's are always kind of a shot in the dark. What was that? It didn't exist. Oh, yeah. Dab, I do remember. This was definitely on my very early streams. That was back in the summer, I think. Happy New Year to you as well. Thanks for coming back. Thank you. If you're just joining us, you missed some really rough spots in the development of this painting, which is how it goes. feel like this person looks a little bit like Charlize Theron. Maybe just around the eyes. Like from The Old Guard, if anyone has seen that. Yeah. XAB says final details supposedly to be the easiest. Yeah, and the final part. Yeah, they're always the most satisfying part for me, although I don't think I'd call them the easiest for sure. Replace the messenger bag with an axe. And it's there, yeah. Athena. I did say I could make anything up as an artist, huh? Well. I'm giving myself permission to kind of play around with the expression on this model. Again, in part because it's not a commission. And I'm trying to kind of pull out a specific vibe for this scene. So she won't end up looking exactly like she did in real life, or, well, I will say she won't end up looking exactly like she does in the photograph, but I think she's going to end up looking a little bit more like she did in real life. Why is my focus not working? Focus. My camera focus is all off. Okay, now that this is dry, I had an idea. I want to go in here and put some yellow in to tint the coat more green. Oh my god, what is that booger? It's some piece of frisket or something. And that'll help push the model forward a little bit, since there's a little bit of getting lost in the background here. I'm not sure I'm going to bother to distinguish between the messenger bag strap and the rest of the jacket. It just doesn't seem like a very important detail. But I want to make sure that the figure is obviously not part of the background, not blending in with the window. Although, that could be kind of cool too. I'll do the same thing over here. I'm kind of on the fence about getting rid of these lines that leaked in. Like, I think I'm gonna leave it until tomorrow and see if I hate it. The fabric of this jacket would be so fun to paint in detail. But I can't. I don't want to get too detailed with it. I love painting like folds in fabric. It's so satisfying. But somehow I think that's not quite what this piece needs. Cool. Okay, getting close. Focusing. Interesting. I'm gonna put a little more detail in the eyes, and then I'm gonna call it for the night, because I'm getting very hungry, I realize. Once the paints start to look good to eat, I know I have to stop. And while I wouldn't consider this to be, like, done, I think I'm gonna add some more, like, lighter drips up here or something. It's definitely come to a place that I'd say I'm pretty happy with. This spot also needs a little bit of work, I think. I might do that too, we'll see. Oh, DD Megadoo, welcome, thank you for the follow. I hope I got the ooh part right. And if you're just joining us or anything like that, just know I'm going to be doing this every Saturday at the same time slot. So it's 2 p.m. PST going until maybe this time, maybe not. Every Saturday for the rest of the month. Different portraits every time. Oops. Nice. XAB, if I recall correctly, maybe that's Xavier? In any case, no, this is not a commission. This is for funsies, which is really nice, because I don't have to be too precise. I can follow my own instinctual vision of the scene rather than try to work with somebody else's vision of themselves, which they're very welcome to. But the process of doing a commission is different than the process of painting my own stuff. This is someone who, a newer friend, slash acquaintance who I ended up at a group dim sum event with, and afterwards I just asked everybody if I could please take their pictures for painting. Thank you. And this person was kind enough to let me take a photo. I'm trying to get in the habit of like being able to ask people that I know, sometimes even strangers, to let me take reference photos of them and paint them. And as a person with social anxiety, wow, that's terrifying. Welcome, Madidi Mega Doodoo. Oh, I see now where the O's are. It was cut off on the pop-up. Yeah, you just gotta like show up at the right dim sum place at the right time. That's the trick. I feel like the lower half of this person's face is a little cooler than I really wanted it to be, so I'm gonna try to warm that up just a little bit. Oh my god, I know it's time to end because all my water is now kind of muddy and green. This can't end well. The reason I'm doing these weekly speed paints for the next 4 weeks, this one included, is because I have a show coming up at the end of February and I want some like smaller, simple, sort of more straightforward portraits to go with some of the more complex stuff I'm going to be showing. So I've learned that if I want to get something done, the best way to do it is to sign myself up to do it publicly. That was not the right line. So close, so close. Athena says, I have fresh rice noodles to go transform into something resembling dinner. That sounds amazing. Yeah, it's definitely time for me to go eat. Thank you. I will not eat the paint. Thank you for coming. I can't wait until you're out here and we can go to the raccoon-themed wine bar together. I don't know yet whether you have to bring your own raccoon or not. It's like BYOR. It may be that you have to dress up as a raccoon. Unclear. When I go tonight, I will let you know. I will report back if there are raccoon requirements. Okay, I'm starting to obsess over stupid things, so time to go, even if it's not done. I think I'm actually pretty happy with how this turned out. There's a couple spots that made me panic, for sure, like when I sprayed this side with isopropyl alcohol, which is a nearly identical spray bottle as my water, but it seems to have turned out okay. I'm gonna tweak it a bit more. I'll finish it up. I'll probably put it on Instagram. Thank you, everyone, for joining. Let me get this a little bit more into screen. I actually really like how the colors turned out. I appreciated the encouragement and support in my time of need. So good to see old faces, new faces. I'm going to end the stream here, and I will be back next week, and the week after that, and also the week after that. I think that's it. Doing more speed painting portraits, which is to say I'm doing a whole portrait in like between 2 to 4 hours. It's been 4 hours today. And that's at 2 p.m. PST, Pacific Standard Time. Going until maybe this time, we'll see. Okay. Goodbye, raccoons.